One, two, one, two, one, two. One, one, one. One, one, one.
say. It's not, the red light means that you're good. Green means he hasn't recognized you yet. So like right now it's red, so he like green, I want to say something. And of course, he'll change your
Thing
red
to
green to
green.
red, and now you can talk.
Green to red.
Testing.
Yes, yeah. It knew you were getting up.
I have one. Yeah, I have one, so you're good.
At this time, I will call the regularly scheduled meeting of the City Transit Trust to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Here.
Warren.
New business. Number 1, consider accepting a presentation on electric versus hybrid buses and authorize the Transit Trust to decide on what type of vehicles will be purchased next and if a fuel tank and or charging station will be installed at the new facility and take action as deemed necessary. Ryan.
Good afternoon, trustees. Yes, this presentation should be pretty quick, but just want to give you some insights as to what y'all are going to decide today. So, table of contents. Sorry, I didn't realize I set it to this. So here's some statistics, I guess, with the electric buses. Propulsion system, zero emission, obviously, the type of charging that you would actually end up doing with these buses. The range on the bigger electric buses kind of ranges between 100 to 200 miles, so it's less of a range than you would have with your normal diesel buses, but obviously no emissions. Again, how they charge, the maintenance on these particular vehicles is going to be a little bit different than what we do with diesel buses, obviously. And how cost effective are they? Again, depending on what type of range you actually get, just depends on that. Hybrid buses, again, the propulsion system is internal combustion with electric propulsion system. Reduced emissions, again, you do charge, but you're going to have less of the electric than obviously full electric, but you'll, oh, it must have gone off. Did I hit a button? Okay. All right. And again, some more statistics, so I won't worry you with that. So a little bit about the cost comparison. So the electric buses will probably range between $900 to $1 million. But again, most of that would be federal money that you're going to use for that. Hybrids are a little bit cheaper than the electric vehicles. But as I've mentioned beforehand, a lot of where the federal dollars are actually going nowadays are going to low or zero emission vehicles. And so if you're wanting to kind of get the most bang for your local dollar, you're going to have to go to, a low or zero emission vehicle. So electric buses, obviously, there's no emissions that are coming out. And so you save, again, some statistics for you to kind of read. Some of the cons, obviously, with the electric buses. Right now, there's only 2 bus manufacturers that are actually out on the market. One particular one that was a popular brand, Proterra, filed for bankruptcy late last year. The other 2 are going strong. But there's a lot more manufacturers for the hybrid vehicles nowadays. Hybrid buses pros: improved fuel efficiency, reduced emissions, regenerative braking, which means that every time you brake, it's actually charging the battery. The flexibility with the operation, and what I mean by that is you have more of the range on the hybrid vehicles, so you don't have to actually change up the routes as much with a hybrid vehicle. A lower noise level than you would have for a diesel bus. So one of the things with hybrid is that you don't really have to buy the massive infrastructure charging units that you would for the electric buses. So you can actually have the slower charges in the evening time. So there's some cost savings with that. Maintenance, the maintenance savings aren't as much for the electric, but there are still some savings that you would have. And again, one of the things that I'll kind of get to at the end is that moving to a zero emission type of vehicle, right now electric is still, I wouldn't say in the infancy, but there's still some things that we're still trying to figure out. The battery size and the capacity that you can go, how long you can go is a concern for a lot of transit systems, including this one. And so one of the things that I would recommend, because the fuels are constantly changing. So every 5-10 years, it could be something different. 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was propane or CNG, and now it's actually leaning towards electric, but in 5 years' time, it could be the, I'm trying to think the other fuel source, but it's constantly changing, and so we need to be prepared for any of those changes in the future. So again, I think most of y'all have the PowerPoints with you with most of the statistics. I can go into more detail as possible, but right now what I would recommend is hybrid is actually probably the better way to go. Electric vehicles are great. I think it does, check a lot of the boxes. We can be competitive when we go after grants for them. But right now, because of the fact there's only 2 bus manufacturers that are really on the market, hybrid is probably your best way to actually go. So if you have any questions, I can answer.
Yes, Ms. Chapman.
Ryan, I'm glad to hear that you're more in favor of the hybrid, because I really had a lot of concerns. Just wondering if the government is really going to have the necessary things available for the future researches that are still going on, like you were saying. And we really don't know what that future is going to be with as far as the batteries and the charging stations. So I'm glad that this is the direction that you're looking.
Yep.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was looking at the cost. I mean, it is no doubt that hybrid gives us more options when a vehicle breaks down and a number of other things. But it's like $100,000 less for the hybrid. But of course, if we're all electric as versus having diesel or whatever the hybrid is, then the maintenance will be different. Ryan, can you talk a little bit about what's happening in the maintenance building?
So yeah, the maintenance will probably be about the same. You will have some savings here or there because it's not as much that you're doing to the bus as with the diesel bus. But so there are some savings on the maintenance side, but you will have a lot more if it was full electric. But you're paying a lot of money up front for the electric buses. You are saving, obviously, on the fact that you're not, putting fuel in there, but you are putting electricity, which does cost. And depending on if you're fast charging or slow charging, you have to kind of figure out where do you want the savings? Do you want them up front? Do you want them in the middle? Do you want them, towards the end? It just depends.
Yeah, reliability is
the big thing.
Is very important. Then the second thing is you are saying that the purchase of these buses will mostly be federally funded, right, rather
Yes.
than out of the taxpayer money.
Yes, up to about 83%, as long as it's ADA accessible, which it would be. So
83%. That's pretty high.
Yeah.
And those grants are not going to be affected whether you get by the hybrid or the electric. Is that correct?
So the hybrid would be considered a low emission vehicle, and so part of the new grants and part of the Infrastructure Act, 75% has to go of the actual 5339 grants have to go to zero emission vehicles, but 25% have to actually give out to the low emission, so your CNGs, your hybrid, those type of vehicles. But one of the reasons why hybrid is probably a better way to go is because hydrogen fuel cell is actually making a big push right now, and that so when we design our new maintenance facility and everything, that facility will be designed so it can be future-proof. So any new technologies we would be prepared for. And again, I think going full electric, you're going to have to set up the full infrastructure of the vehicles or where to charge the vehicles. You might have to change some of your routes because of the fact that the range is a big issue. I mean, and there are some question marks. During the winter, are you using more, more of the battery than in the summertime? And so there's just some more question marks. Parts for the electric buses can be an issue from time to time from my research, but hybrid, there's less of those issues, I think.
Okay, great. As always, I appreciate you and your team, the depth of information that you have, and you guys' commitment towards towards making sure the public transportation is there for our citizens. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Harris?
Ryan, life expectancy on the two different buses?
About the same, 12 years is usually the useful life, but that's just what they have on the manufacturing, but it's about 12 to 14 actually. So.
And currently, we tend to do a lot of transplants, getting new or used motors from somewhere else into our diesel buses, and we've extended the life. Will that still be a possibility, or are you expecting technology in the future will be such that we'll want to change to a different system anyway?
I think in 7 years' time, when we would have to be right back to where we're at, I think it's tough to say what the technology would be. It depends on what the investments for that administration at the time. This administration put a lot of investments towards electric vehicles and zero emission. The next one could be, hydrogen fuel cell, and so it just really all depends. Technology is constantly changing. Again, 20 years ago, CNG was the popular thing. But over time, people have realized that the return on investment with CNG is really not there, and so, but it depends on the industry that you're in, but and how long you've had it and all those things.
So the difference in cost between a diesel bus and a hybrid bus is how much?
So when we purchased ours back in 2017, 2018, I believe the price was about $450,000 for a diesel. Right now, with the market, it's probably closer to about $600,000.
So it would cost us a few $100,000 more to go hybrid, but we would get savings down the road.
You would have more of the potential to get the federal dollars. Right now, now the last two grant cycles, the federal government has not given out money for, they've only given out for zero or low emission vehicles.
Right. So we'd wind up beating the whole cost of a diesel bus.
Yeah, which we did back in 2017-18 too.
Okay, awesome. Great work.
Yep.
Mr. Gill?
You mentioned the hybrid bus you're talking about will qualify for the grants, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now we're looking at buses in that hybrid range, all the same size bus for just the routes of the city, correct?
Yes.
That size bus we decided on was what size, about 35?
So the hybrid buses, and this is the other thing with the electric, is that the lowest size they go to is 35, and our buses are 30. I believe that they do have 30-footers for the hybrid, but worst case, we might go to the 35-footers.
Okay, all the same size?
Yes.
On the first, when we get ready to do the first order?
Yes.
We're not addressing small buses at this time for...
I think the small buses are something that we would eventually need to address, and that's something that I think there's more manufacturers out there for the electric on the smaller vehicles.
I guess my question is, right now, we're looking at those buses necessary to run the already established routes in the city of Lawton, correct?
The ones that are established and the ones that we would be eventually changing. We did a route study within our master plan, and so we're redoing the routes, which we're not sure when we're going to roll them out, but sometime, hopefully this year, we're actually...
Additional routes?
No.
Okay.
Actually, we're going from 9 to 8.
And you're looking for a number of how many? 10 or less buses?
7, I believe.
7? Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Are there other questions, council? If not, they're wanting a decision. Mr. Warren?
I'd make just a quick comment and then I'll maybe a motion. I would agree probably with Ryan in that I think if we look to the future that it's probably will be a hydrogen fuel cell or something of that nature, because they're actually doing it right. They're building infrastructure first, whereas with the electric cars, they built a bunch of electric cars and said, hope we can put electricity in them somehow, which didn't really turn out. So I think it's probably a good idea to go with the hybrids and then step up to the hydrogen or whatever ends up coming along. Would it be appropriate to make a motion to direct Ryan and Latz to move forward in the direction of hybrids? Is that the correct motion?
I think it is. We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Mayor, can I ask you guys to change your motion to direct the city manager to carry forward with hybrid as opposed to LATS?
Okay. You accept that friendly amendment?
I would accept that friendly amendment.
Who was the second? Do you accept that friendly amendment? Okay, everybody understand that's directed at the city manager? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
And a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Weeger?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Yes.
Hankins?
The fuel storage.
Harris?
We'll have just a few minute recess. Okay, at this time, I will call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the posting of the colors by the Choctaw Honor Guard, the pledge, and the prayer.
Detail, attention, pastor, one. What time? One. Detail, halt. Left. Hey! Present, halt.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, halt. Right, face. Pastor, one. One time, one. Detail, halt. Right, face. Hold. Present, pump. Order, pump. About face.
Father, we thank you for this day and thank you for your many blessings. Thank you that we're able to attend this meeting and watch over the meeting and guide them in the right direction. And again, we thank you for our many blessings. Watch over us and get us home safely, each and every one. And we ask in the precious name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Right, peace. Forward, march.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys, and we're going to be presenting them with something here in a minute, but we appreciate them doing that. Please call the roll.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Weeger?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Warren?
Okay, and now we have two presentations by the city manager to Chief Surratt and also the True North Award. City Manager?
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we're here to recognize a very special person. Chief Searate, come on up. Chief Searate has been part of the Lawton Police Department for 23 years now. His law enforcement career began in 1993, so that's over 30 years of law enforcement experience. Chief recently got hired as the Chief of Police for Abilene, Texas. So while it's a huge loss for us, our loss is certainly their gain. He has held just about every position in the department, all the way up to his current position, which is Assistant Chief of Police for Corrections, Animal Welfare, and Records, is it? And Non-Uniform Division. I almost got it right. So we certainly want to send him off with a warm Lawton applause, but before we do that, I just wanted to say, Chief, we really appreciate all of your hard work and dedication throughout the years, and you getting selected, I think is a wonderful reflection of our police department and the type of leadership development that we engage in. Thank you.
Wait just a minute, Chief. I got one more thing for you. Let us appreciate you. So what I want to do, I notice you don't have an I Love Lawton Fort seal pin on. And we don't want you to go, is it Abilene? We don't want you to go to Abilene without them knowing that you love Lawton Fort Sill. And so what I want you to come here, I'm gonna pin it on you. And we want you to wear that all over Abilene, especially when you see the mayor, okay? All right, let's give him another round of applause.
And Chief Searate, I'm sorry, but the mayor bobblehead is not for sale, just in case you know. Okay, one of the great things about the True North Award that I get to present every month is recognizing truly wonderful and overachieving employees. And will Yolanda Allen come up, please? Yolanda is certainly no exception to that rule. She works over at the Patterson Center, has been with the city for many years, and I've seen a couple of the classes that you teach. And what kind of classes do you teach?
Okay.
Well, the main ones that I've seen are the exercise classes. And if I'll tell you from having seen it, if Yolanda can't motivate you, nobody can. Because she is the most positive, uplifting, encouraging person that I think I've ever met. She's truly deserving of the True North Award because she delivers world-class customer service on a daily basis. So Yolanda, without further ado, let's get you this plaque here. And I think I've got a coin for you somewhere in my pocket. Thank you very much. Thanks, Yolanda.
All right, now if Mr. John Jones will please come forward. Come on up, John. This is a guy that needs no introduction. And this is Mr. John Jones, and he has served our community in so many ways and meant so much to our community in so many ways. But today, we're recognizing him for a long tenure on the City Planning Commission. And I'm telling you, they're concerned what they're going to do without him because he's been a guiding light for them for many, many years. And let me read this citation. Mayoral citation presented to John Jones. On behalf of the citizens of the City of Lawton, I, Mayor Stan Booker, am pleased to confer upon you this mayoral citation in recognition of your dedication to the city of Lawton, we bestow upon you our gratitude for your many years of service to the City Planning Commission and for your efforts to make the city of Lawton some kind of wonderful. Let's give him a big round of applause. Now let's take. Okay, now how many years did you serve on the City Planning Commission?
Cecil Power was mayor, I was appointed. So how long ago was that?
Well, no, I was just in high school. I don't know how long ago. Randy knows. Randy knows everything. How many years would that be?
I have no idea. He's been on there.
Okay. All right, well,
Quite a few years.
it is, and we appreciate all that you've done, and I sincerely mean that. It's important for me to uplift people that have invested in our community, and you have a lifetime of investment here, and I want to say thank you and God bless you. Let's give him another round of applause.
Appreciate it.
Now, if I could get the Choctaw Color Guard to come around. Right, you guys come right here where we can make a spectacle out of you, okay? All right. Thank you guys for presenting the colors for us. It was nice. And this is actually for the Citizen of the Month. Whereas recognizing the need of honoring fallen Choctaw veterans with the respect they deserve, the Chief of the Choctaw Nation approved the establishment of the Choctaw Nation Honor Guard in 1998. Whereas since its inception, the Choctaw Nation Honor Guard has been an indispensable force in paying tribute to Choctaw veterans throughout the state of Oklahoma and beyond, ensuring that those who made or were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice receive the proper recognition. Whereas the members of the Honor Guard collaborate with respective branches of service, executing the 21-gun salute, presenting the flag, playing taps with precision and honor. Whereas the Honor Guard exemplifies its dedication by traveling anywhere in the United States when called upon, participating in memorials and services, conducting 150 to 160 funerals and 75 to 80 other events annually. Sounds like you guys are full-time. Whereas according to Chief Gary Batten, they model the Choctaw spirit of faith, family, and culture, and they are Tushka warriors who have fought for their families and for God and country. I therefore proclaim the Choctaw Nation Honor Guard as a Citizen of the Month in Lawton for January of 2024. Let's give them a big round. Right, now who's the spokesman?
First of all, I'd like to thank you, Mayor, and the City of Lawton for this award. And as he said, if we established, I'm going to give them two of them here a little knot in the head. In 1998, we started this. We were established as an honor guard. The person who established this honor guard is right here. His name is John Burleson. And Shirley Mantigi, right here. Those two have been a part of this whole year. So over 26 years, about 26 years, we have done the things that he had said. And so if it wasn't for John's thinking or his outlook of things that we should do for Choctaw veterans, we would never be here. So we're proud to go anywhere and everywhere as long as we are doing the things for our people and veterans. And I thank you very much for this award.
Couple of questions before I let the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women who chooses the Citizen of the Month. The Choctaw tribe is one of the largest tribes. The third largest tribe. And you live here locally, right? All right. And so are there quite a few Choctaw members living locally?
In this area, we live in Newcastle, and the rest of them live in Choctaw, 10 and a half counties, southeast Oklahoma.
All right. Well, we're glad you're here. We need to get you an I Love Lawton pen, George. Can you grab that for me? And the mayor's, oh no, you get fined. I can't give you this.
Give it to her. She hasn't a button. I know. Sorry, guys. Hi, I'm Christina Woodson. I'm the current chairman of the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women. I usually have a badge and many I Love Lawton pins and ran out the door this morning without it. These people right here are an excellent example of what we love to do as the Mayor's Commission. We love to honor those hidden heroes, those unsung heroes in our community and volunteers that do what they do because they love who they're serving. And so if you know somebody like that, please, council, what am I going to say? Go to the website, send in a nomination. We would love to honor them. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much. By the way, they said I did my Choctaw words real good. All right. Thank you guys, and God bless you. Thank you for posting the colors for us today, too. Thank you, ladies. Okay, and at this time, I will make my New Year's address. Council members, staff, and my fellow citizens of Lawton Fort Sill, as the hands of time usher in a brand new year, I stand before you with a heart full of optimism and eyes set firmly on the horizon of possibilities. Today, I'm privileged to address you not just as mayor of our beloved city, but as a dedicated member of our community, jointly crafting the story of our great city's future. The advent of the new year marks a period of reflection and renewal, a time when we embrace the future and honor the journey behind us. Let's pause to celebrate the soul of our community, the resilience of our bonds, and the boundless potential that propels us forward. This past year has tested our resolve and showcased our triumphs. As expected, there have been challenges to navigate, and we have done so as a united force. Together, we've woven a tapestry of progress driven by the indomitable spirit that has become the hallmark of our city. As we step into the new year, I'm thrilled to recount the remarkable strides we've taken towards our vision, a community of choice where families thrive. Our achievements in 23 are but stepping stones to the promise of more in 24. Our economic landscape has flourished, with Vista's growing job count approaching 50 and a projected economic impact of $100 million over the next decade, and there will be even more in 24. The fruition of the West Wind Project and our ongoing environmental stewardship are testaments to our commitment to growth and safety. The Airport Industrial Parks warehouse expansion that was spoken of at the last meeting of last year will create up to 40 new local jobs. Our industrial development pursuits of higher paying jobs will result in even more in 24. Our True North culture statement has sharpened our focus, defined our ethos and aspirations. It is the compass that guides us, our service to the citizens, ensuring our efforts resonate with purpose. We've embraced benchmarking, championed world-class customer service, and held our mantra of being open for business. No excuses, just excellence. The expedited permit process by our License and Permits Department is a win for our community, a reflection of our wavering dedication to being open for business. This department has shortened the time to receive a building permit to just 30 days. Our Clean City, Clean Culture initiative continues to stride towards its goals, with our bulk waste program leading the charge with new equipment that has arrived recently. And I think we're going to have a presentation on that later in this meeting. Our Youth Sports Authority has been a catalyst for tripling sports participation. And let me just hint that there is an upcoming announcement, according to our Mayor Pro Tem, that can be classified as a grand slam in our sporting facilities future. Is that right, Mayor Pro Tem? Yes, sir. We are on the pathway to becoming the premier youth sports program in Oklahoma. Great cities are defined by great parks, and we're on the cusp of invigorating ours with $1.5 million in improvements in non-major parks and 3 splash pads, all set to enhance the joy of family recreation, and there will be even more in '24. Our major parks initiatives of an aquatic center is well underway, and we look forward to that opening with anticipation. Later in this meeting, we'll receive a presentation on the boardwalk and amphitheater as well, and I expect that the council will take action. This is not a council to delay. Infrastructure is the skeleton upon which our city is built, and we're fortifying ours with new sidewalks and a transformative $300 million investment in water and sewer systems, all without raising the tax rates. Our street improvement projects, including the Lee Boulevard, Goodyear Boulevard, and Gould Boulevard initiatives, are reinventing the way we traverse our city. Our 10 wins for the citizens, 10 street improvement programs that are ongoing, with the 4th completed just yesterday. And it is my goal, and I believe the council's as well, that we will have 40 street improvement programs done by Thanksgiving. Now that, friends, is more in '24. This program is transforming the way we address our street challenges, and we are defying typical municipal timelines and moving forward at an aggressive pace. With the ad valorem extension passed by our citizens, we will reinforce our bridges, enhancing the arteries of our transportation network. In efficiency, we're scaling new heights, benchmarking across all divisions, where savings will fuel a more competitive pay scale and better retention. Expect these efficiencies to manifest as tangible benefits across our city. Other projects to take note of are Airport Authority's terminal modernization. You need to visit out there and watch for the grand opening. Hopefully that will be in '24. We have continued our relentless effort to clean up the city with our D&D program that continues to excel. As we gaze into the year ahead, let us do so with the knowledge that there will be even more in '24. More progress, more achievements, more reasons for pride in Lawton, Fort Sill. One of the main factors that is driving this progress is an unprecedented cooperation between the council, the staff, and the citizens. Now, the word unprecedented is not my word. It's the word of the longest-serving council member and our Mayor Pro Tem, Randy Warren, who has the history to know when to use the word unprecedented. It is that cooperation that is fueling change so fast. We need to get used to hearing even more in '24, and that will be the theme of this council and staff as we jointly lead the charge for even more in '24. Thank you for embarking on this journey of new beginnings with us. With hearts full of hope and hands ready to build, let us step boldly into 2024, eager to etch our enduring legacy for our beloved hometown. Thank you for loving and investing in Lawton Fort Sill. Thank you. All right, and with that, we'll start off with reports from the mayor and council, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing from me.
And our new councilwoman.
Just happy to be aboard.
All right. Mr. Uyghur? Okay. Mr. Hampton?
Just 2 words, farmer's market. You know the drill. Thank you.
And Mr. Gill?
More in 24.
All right.
I like
love
that.
it.
We just finished in the 10 wins for the citizens of Lawton, 6th Street. So when you leave here today, go right up here to Gore and go north on 6th Street all the way to Ferris. We just finished that street out of the, so we're plenty more to go, but they're working on them as we speak today.
All right. And I think we have an agenda item on that, don't we?
We do. We're going to add one today, I hope.
All right. Great. And Ms. Chapman?
Yes, Mayor, Council, I'm concerned about all the Facebook posts of lost dogs and cats that have been recently, especially during these holiday months. Please, please check your gates, your fence, your door. These animals depend upon us taking care of them, but we have had an extraordinary amount of lost dogs and cats. So please be aware of that and take care of your pet.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Harris?
I don't have to say ditto today. I just want to alert the Citizens Award 2. I'm planning to have a ward-wide meeting in February. I'll be working with the city manager to secure a place to do that, and we'll have a question and answers session, and the mayor has promised me that he would come and be available as well. So looking forward to that, and we will look at the issues we want to get solved in this upcoming year, and whatever budgetary issues that might mean for the upcoming budget cycle.
Okay, Ms. Hankins.
I just want to compliment our employees. I work at a church part-time in my spare time, and as I was leaving, we had a water break in front of the church, and the guys were out there already working on it in the cold, and I just can't help but the leadership, the department heads, the employees, I appreciate everything you do, and every time I see someone out there working, I just want to say thank you. So the only place I can do that for everyone is from the dais. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. And okay, our new councilwoman.
I just need to announce for next Thursday, January the 18th, there will be a meeting with some of the Ward 7 constituents. If you live in the areas, Lawton View area, Ranch Oaks, or if you live behind that area. And it will be at the Leslie Powell Gallery. That's 620 Southwest D Avenue from 5:30 to 8:30, and refreshments will be served. Thank you.
By the way, something I didn't tell you, when you want to speak, if you'll just get my attention, I mean, this is fine here, but when we're on an agenda item, I usually look and make eye contact, and I know who to call on. And that's something I failed to tell you when we were visiting. So thank you and welcome to the council. This time we'll move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. And Mr. Greg Smith has filled out a request to speak. Mr. Smith? If anyone else wants to speak, they can come forward and sit on the front row. And Mr. Smith's at 108 Southwest I Avenue.
Yes. Am I on?
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Council, probably the man I need to be talking to is you just give an award to. The Planning Division.
I've been trying to find out for a long, long time what departments and what people were involved in the flood zone change that happened a few years ago. There was like all kinds of pieces of land. You want me to give you the addresses that was taken out of the flood zone?
I think you can speak and we can direct you to help, but the law forbids us to get in a conversation with you, okay? Because it
Okay.
wasn't on the agenda. So why don't you read what you have and then we'll get you connected with a staff member.
Sure will. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The properties that got taken off the flood zone is 813 Southwest 2nd, 902 Southwest 2nd, 110, 112, 114 Southwest 2nd. There's supposed to have been a letter of intent filed, and nobody can come up with a letter of intent. I've tried left and right to, there's no such thing floating around, and there should have been filed a letter of intent to get these properties out of the flood zone, the way I'm told. One other big thing I'm curious about, why can't felons get on the Citizens Police Academy?
Ask that again, why can't what?
Why does a felon
Okay, that will be another
cannot-
question that we will refer to the city manager.
Okay, they're excluded. When you put in an application, when you go to sign your name, if you was a felon, you can't participate in the program. Does that is that kind of clear on what I'm saying?
Yes.
When you put your John Hancock down on it, if you're a felon, you can't
I
participate.
understand. Do you understand, city manager? We understand your question.
Okay, hey, I really appreciate it, Mr. Mayor. Council, Happy New Year. Warren 24.
All right, I like that. And the city manager will get you with the right
Yeah,
people to get the answers you're looking for in your flood issue, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody else want to come forward during audience participation for items that are not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. First of all, let me read the items that we're striking from the agenda because some of them are not on the consent. We're striking item 3, 12, 14, and 28. Is that right?
And 4.
And 4?
It's a request of Rusty.
We're striking 4?
Yes, sir.
And only 28 is not on the, okay, so it's 3, 4, 12, 14, and 28, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. The following items are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. So council, we're pulling 3, 4, 12, and 14 from the consent or striking them, and I have no request to pull. Does anybody on the dais wish to pull any for discussion? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Mayor, council, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of the striking of items 3, 4, 12, and 14.
We have a 28's not on the consent agenda. That's why I didn't say it. So the motion and second, please call, please vote. And the motion carries 8-0. That brings us to 21. Continue a public hearing to consider approving an ordinance for a request for a change of zoning from C1 Local Commercial District to C5 General Commercial District zoning classification for the properties located at 3402 Northwest Cache Road, and consider denying the rezoning of 3403 Northwest Oak Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73505. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This was brought to you previously on December 12th. The item was tabled to a later date because the site plan attached to the ordinance as an exhibit did not match the CPC recommendation for approval. The new site plan shows no access to the lot located on Northwest Oak Avenue and only shows the building to be constructed on Lot 1. Let me get to the right slide. So this is the southwest corner of 34th and Cash Road, Lot 1 and half of Lot 10 of Block 7 of Greer Addition. As you can see from the aerial, there used to be 2 houses constructed there. Both of the lots are vacant as of right now. The proposed site plan for the north lot is a strip center for retail services and to have a drive-through. There will be 2 curb cuts onto 34th Street and 1 curb cut onto Northwest Cash Road. The current zoning for that area is C1, commercial, and the proposed zoning that they requested was for the full thing as C5. The recommendation by CPC is to go with C5 on the north portion and C1 on the south portion. So to deny the request for C5 on the southern portion. The land use map is commercial. This was noticed December 12th by 14 property owners within 300 feet, October 25th and November 23rd. And proper notice was posted in the Lawton Constitution on October 31st and November 24th. At the December 12th City Council meeting, the public hearing was continued, as I stated, till this date.
Cameron, what was the basis for CPC's recommendation of denial?
So let me get back to this is the recommendation because the southern portion, what they're proposing there is a apartment and that's already allowed in the C1 zoning. So there's no need to rezone up to the C5 when it's already allowed in the C1.
Are you ready for questions?
Yes, sir.
Council, do you have questions? Seeing no questions from the council, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward on this item, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council? Anybody have a motion or comments?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
that we go ahead and accept the recommendation from the Planning Commission.
And waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from the C1 local commercial district to C5 general commercial district zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in section 1 hereof, approving the site plan attached as Exhibit A and authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 22, hold a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance. You know, for some reason, thank you for bringing that up. Somebody needs to make sure I don't miss any. We're going off our iPads and they're not the same as our printed agenda. Let me see if I can get a little more in sync here. Is everybody going off their iPad? Okay, the last one was number 22, okay. Okay, so now we're dealing with 23. Does that jive with everybody?
Do we want to take a 5-minute break?
We're gonna take a 5-minute break and try to figure out what we're doing. Okay, we're back in session. We're going to be looking at item 22. You guys keep on top of it if I get off on the wrong one. Item 22, hold a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance to close a public access easement for the Elmer Thomas Connector bike route crossing Lawton Public Schools property located approximately at 753 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard, and select an alternate route for the Elmer Thomas Connector bike path. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This item has been brought to you before to discuss an alternate route for the Elmer Thomas Connector route. Lawton Public Schools has applied for a building permit to fence in the property around the Lawton High School, the Shoemaker Center, and the middle school. There is an easement that was awarded to given to the city of Lawton to go across the middle of their property. There's 3 easement documents. That is what we're holding a public hearing on today for, is to close that easement. This was under unfinished business because we still have to select the alternate route for this bike path. So this is the existing bike path route map. And as you can see in the black circle in the middle, that is where we're talking about. The existing route goes from Elmer Thomas through the property, then crosses over Fort Sill Boulevard on a designated crosswalk. The new proposed Route A takes the route to the north along the purple existing route and then cuts down in front of the middle school and will stay out of the fenced-in areas. The proposed Route B was to take it down 6th Street all the way down Ferris, and then to change the route all the way down Ferris with the restriping or reconstruction of appropriate sidewalks. This was taken through the Streets and Bridges Committee, and they recommended the Route A for it to go up north to Cash Road and cut in front of the middle school and then back to the existing route. This was sent out to, let me get to the right portion of my notes, I'm sorry. The council did waive the fees for this on the previous day that this came to council. ODOT did send a letter to us on November 7th informing us of the requirement to select an alternate route and to have a detour selected while the alternate route is being constructed. And the LMPO has designated an alternate route to go down Dearborn off of Ferris and then connect into the existing route down south of the Elmer Thomas Park. This was sent out to I'm sorry, I'm lost on my notes. This was noticed on, let's see, sorry. There we go. The City Council set the public hearing date on November 7th for December 12th. Staff failed to notice to the proper property owners, so that's why it was re-noticed for this date for the public hearing. We did not receive any phone calls for or against that closure.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. You want us to pick route A or B.
Correct.
The Streets Committee recommends A. Do you want us to say we're paying for it or expect
That
them
is
to
up
pay
to
for it,
the-
or has
the
that already been
council's-
satisfied?
I'm sorry?
Has that already been decided?
Who's paying for the construction of the alternate route? No, it has not been determined.
Yeah, this is a non-budgeted expense, Mayor.
Pardon me?
This expense has not been budgeted.
So it would be up to the council to determine if you were
Okay,
interested in
so if I'm understanding right, the Streets Committee chose A, is that correct?
Yes.
And we can either use marijuana sidewalk funds or CIP sidewalk funds, right?
Would you like me to highlight what the addition would be?
I'm sorry?
For Route A? Would you like me to highlight what the additional sidewalk would be? It's shown on this diagram, but it would be an additional 270 feet of 10-foot sidewalk on the west side of the middle school. Then they would use the existing drive and then you would have to widen a 5-foot sidewalk to a 10-foot sidewalk for about 190 linear feet.
You want to tell us the total dollar estimate?
For Route A, the estimated cost was $34,492.50.
Okay. All right, council, do you have any questions or comments or motions?
I'll make a motion.
What motion are you
I'm going to
making?
make a motion that we approve going ahead and closing this with an ordinance and accepting Route A.
Hold on.
We'll also need a public hearing.
I forgot the public hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Council, do you have any other questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Mr. Gill.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that we close the public access as described in the drawing hereof and accept alternate path A for the bike route.
And pay for it with
Well, I was going to
marijuana or CIP?
pay for it with marijuana money.
Okay. Do we have marijuana money available to do that? Okay. All right, so is everybody? Approve the ordinance and waive the reading.
I do. I move to approve that ordinance and waive the reading and just read the title only.
Do we need to add the alternative route?
He did. He chose it. He chose it.
Chose A.
No, the alternative route while this is being built. Isn't there an alternative
The LMPO already selected the detour route. The policy board did.
Second. Everybody understand the motion? We do have a second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please read the title.
An ordinance closing a public access easement for the Elmer Thomas Connector Bike Route crossing Lawton Public School property located approximately at 753 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard, Lawton, Oklahoma.
Motion carries 8-0. Moving us to item 23. Provide City Council with an update on the Elmer Thomas Park Amphitheater and Boardwalk construction, discussing funding, and direct staff to move forward on the drafting of a contract. Larry Parks from Parks or Snehaw from Engineering.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
I'm Sneha Dongre. I work as Associate Civil Engineer for Engineering Department. Since Joe is not here, I'm filling in for him. Do you want me to go ahead?
No.
Okay, I'm just here to give you an update on this. So we are currently working on drafting an agreement with Gunzi. We have a total dollar amount for initial design services. That will be just preliminary design report, which will be around $48,000 for both amphitheater and boardwalk design.
Have anything else to tell us?
If you have any questions.
Larry Parks from Parks, do you have anything to tell us?
No, sir.
Do we have any questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion that we accept the plans and
I think we're approving awarding the contract, aren't we, John?
okay, I'll make a motion.
Well, I think it's an amendment to a contract, is it not?
No, we are drafting a new agreement with Gunzi to design, to start initial design services.
So is the contract prepared yet, or is it being prepared?
Being prepared.
So I don't think we have a contract to approve yet. This was just an update.
Yeah, it's just an update.
Okay.
In the direction.
Well, okay, then it says direct staff to move forward, so I guess direct staff to move forward. Please.
I'll make the motion, we direct staff to move forward with the contract and the designs.
And do we have a second? Okay, we do have a second discussion. Ms. Williams? No? Any other discussion?
Mayor, we need to discuss the funding source. That's what the agenda item says.
Okay, well, that, to me, I mean, this is a CIP item. So it's Propel CIP. You want to add that to your motion, Councilman?
I do.
Okay, and who seconded it? Okay, and it's accepted by the second. Any other questions? Please vote.
Are you on 23?
Yes.
We're all off on that one now all of a sudden. Whoever did this agenda, it's a mess.
Okay, we are, let me see what you got. Please hold.
Mayor, Donna Lynn is going to go print off some new agendas so we can get everybody on the same sheet of music.
We haven't finished voting on this, and I think we can go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Everybody, we want to make sure you understand what you're voting on. You're voting on the funding source and directing staff to move forward drafting a contract on the boardwalk and the amphitheater at Elmer Thomas Park. Does everybody understand what they're voting on? Yes. Okay, then please complete the vote. I'm missing one vote. Okay, well, we'll have to wait on Donna Lynn. She disabled it. So we'll take a 5-minute break, maybe 7 or 10, depending on how long it takes to get Donna Lynn back.
you.
Okay, we're back in order. Now we're all on the same new sheet, right? Everybody good? Everybody good?
We can at least go on here for our explanations of things.
Okay.
Mayor, can we please re-vote on the last item? I know we finished, but Linda, you couldn't vote because I think the system was locked. So just,
Oh, that's right, we're not through voting.
Yeah, so we
Let's
can-
just start
Yes,
over.
yes.
And we have a motion directing the staff to move forward on drafting a contract with the funding source being the Propel CIP Park funds. Is that the motion, Mr. Harris?
It is. Yes, number 23, that would be the motion.
Would you say number what?
23.
Yes, 23, that's correct. Does everybody understand the motion? Please vote. One more. Somebody hadn't voted.
Councilwoman
Motion
Chapman?
carries 8-0.
Can you just say your vote out loud?
Pardon? What was that? Okay. Okay, that brings up item 24. A lot of rumbling. Is everybody ready to move forward? Okay, item 24. Receive a report on the status of aquatics facilities to include the municipal pool, wading pools, and splash pads, and consider repairs at the municipal pool to include scopes of work from 3 separate professional pool companies and take action as necessary. Mitch and Larry Parks from Parks.
Can you hear me? All right. Now let's see if this clicker works. It does. Excellent. Okay. Mayor, Council, thank you for having me here today. We're going to be talking a little bit about the aquatic status of our current facilities. A lot of this is not new information, so I'll move through the presentation pretty quickly, and then we'll open it up to questions toward the end. Here's a quick little agenda of what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about the current status of the municipal pool, the splash pools alternative on repairs for the municipal pool, the current status of our wading pools, and the current status of our splash pads. We'll also include some courses of action that we might be able to take here with the municipal pool. So with that said, we'll go into the current status of the municipal pool. You all have seen this. It's not new information. Last time I presented on the municipal pool, we talked about pressure testing that was pending. That testing has been completed and the issues have been identified. As you can see, the main drains currently are inoperable, and there was a significant, that was a quote from American Leak Detectors, a significant leak on the return lines in the deep end of the pool. If we want the pool to operate again, those issues will need to be addressed. It is the opinion of all 3 of the consulting pool companies that those issues are necessary to be addressed before operation of the pool can resume. Additionally, some of our consultants that have come in and taken a look at our pool have identified the filter pump as being past its usable life, or past its current lifespan. Sorry, let me take a look at my notes. There we go. Past its life expectancy. And then there are a few aesthetic things that can be done, new coats of paint on the shell, so on and so forth. And the last note there, even if the whole pool was replumbed, the issue with the pool level would still be present, and something that would perhaps impact operation in the future. There's at least a 3-inch difference on the deep end of the pool compared with the shallow end of the pool. On the scope of work that we used, we had Westmoreland Pools come in and take a look at our pool and what it would take to fix it. They gave us a scope of work that included these 3 points on the screen. Deep end return repairs. was one option, and it was the cheapest option to take care of the deep end returns. It's slightly risky because they need to open up the concrete and take a look at the pipe and see how degraded it is, and it may not be a long-term solution just to repair that portion of the broken return lines. They suggest, and I agree, that replumbing all of the returns would be a better option. That would involve taking the concrete out all the way around the pool and replumbing all return lines coming away from the filter. And then, of course, the main drain replacement would be a necessary expense to get the pool operating again. That would dig out the main drains in the deep end of the pool, break through the sidewall of the pool, and replumb that all the way back to the filter. Again, this is an essential operation if we want the pool to operate again. Using that scope of work, we sought quotes from 2 other companies in addition to Westmoreland Pools. One of them came back using that same scope of work and gave us quotes, and these are the comparisons for those. We also solicited a quote from American Leak Detectors, the company that did the pressure testing, but they declined to bid on the repairs. And then Splash Pools also declined to give us a quote on this specific scope of work and offered a possible alternative that we're still exploring at this time, and I'll get into that in just a minute. So as you can see, the comparisons between Sunbelt and Westmoreland Pools, overall, Westmoreland Pools would be a little bit less expensive, and we would suggest replacing the main drains and replumbing all returns for a total of, what was it, $136,000 using Westmoreland Pools. The alternative method that Splash suggested was using a polymer lining in the broken piping. It's similar to a stint. They would pump in a liner to reinforce and bolster up the existing pipe that's there. That work would have to be subcontracted through Splash Pools. They've contacted a number of companies that do that kind of work, but those companies were in Houston, Dallas, and Oklahoma City. None of them have committed to coming to Lawton to do that work at this point. So we're still exploring this method. We don't have any cost comparisons because Splash Pools has not provided those for us yet. Moving into our wading pools. As you know, last year we operated only one of the 3 wading pools. That was 35th Division. Harmon Park and Mosine Park wading pools were both left unused last year. But in our conversations with Splash Pools, we feel like we may be able to operate all 3 of those facilities this year, given a little TLC. Each of them needs the shell sealed, painted, and reconditioned, new filter media, a little bit of plumbing work. Harmon Park and Mosine Park both need new filter pumps, which I'll talk a little bit about the costs in just a minute. But general reconditioning work through Splash Pools would come to about $11,000, $11,310. And this is the scope of work that they would do. That $11,310 is for all 3 wading pools. So they would be the ones to drain them, clean them, seal them, and help us get them back up and running. Larry's saying that is budgeted, and we're already in the works on that. There are some additional costs to prepping all 3 wading pools. 2 of these locations will need filter pumps. Those are about $400 a piece. Filter media, the sand that's in the filter cartridges will need to be replaced. That's about $120 a piece, and various parts and pieces at all 3 locations for the plumbing systems to make sure that the filters are running properly. Total wading pool prep for this coming season, we anticipate around $15,870, and that, again, is covered under our operational maintenance budget. Our splash pads, Elmer Thomas and Clement Washington, both operated last year, and they were popular destinations, especially at Elmer Thomas Park. Elmer Thomas Park needs a little bit of preventative maintenance on the valves and diaphragms that control the features. Those diaphragms inside the valves tend to wear out over time and need to be checked over periodically. So we anticipate a prep cost of $1,500 for Elmer Thomas. Clement Washington could use a little bit more work. All of the valves and all of the diaphragms controlling those valves could stand in need of replacement or at least maintenance. So we check those over with PowerPlay, the company that we use as a vendor for our splash pads. Additionally, and this is interesting, something that I learned last summer as I explored our aquatics facilities. Clement Washington splash pad has a filtration system that was not utilized and has not been utilized for the last decade or so. It is still there, and it can still be operated with some repairs. That would include about $1,000 for parts and a new filter pump for $400. But in our conversations with PowerPlay, we've discovered that it might be a better system if we convert it from a recirculating system where it reuses the water over and over again to a flow-through system. And we're still exploring that option, but in my personal opinion, I think that would be a better recommendation. It leaves fewer question marks as far as safety and health are concerned. So the conversion is not budgeted, but we can cover the repairs and the preventative maintenance at both splash pads under our operational maintenance budget. So that's what that note is at the bottom, unless noted otherwise. Anticipated total cost for splash pad prep is $5,900. So with that said, we can anticipate operation of all 3 wading pools and both splash pads this upcoming season. The prep work for those will be covered by operational budget, and we will be ready to open and operate before the anticipated Memorial Day opening day. I will plug a little reminder that the wading pools, all 3 locations, have been studied by WTI and a couple of other pool companies. They do have some ADA accessibility issues that should be addressed in future, but 35th Division, like I said, operated last year without any issues from the health department, and we anticipate no issues this year if we decide to operate all 3. The municipal pool, again, is past the point of routine repairs. We can't put Band-Aids on it anymore and expect it to operate, at least long term. Repairs of this magnitude are not budgeted currently, so we would need some help identifying any funding, and again, those repairs would be essential to the operation of the pool if it is decided that that pool is to operate again. So with that said, these are a couple of courses of action that we have explored and would recommend. I personally like option number 1 up there, to contract Westmoreland Pools to make the repairs on the main line, the main drain, and replumb all return lines all the way around the pool. That total, it was a little lower than I thought, $114,000 estimated cost for those repairs. Again, not budgeted. Alternatively, we can contract Westmoreland or Sunbelt to make the repairs to the main drain and the deep end return. That's a little more risky considering we don't know the condition of the pipe, and it may become more necessary after we open it up and take a look at it to look at option number 1 a little bit more. And then the last option was to consider a full rebuild of a pool in that same location. Westmoreland indicated that they have a similar project ongoing at Shepherd Air Force Base where they're converting an old pool to a new pool, rebuilding completely. They took it from a large pool about the size of our municipal pool down to a 30 by 60 rectangle. It would be a little bit easier to maintain, but the total cost of that project was about $750,000 according to Westmoreland Pools. Again, that would not be budgeted. The first 2 options, we can anticipate a completion date within 3 months of being put on whatever contractor's schedule. The last one would be about a 13-month rebuild process. As you know, summer's coming up. And we would very much appreciate some guidance and direction from the council on what they would like, what you would like to do as we move forward into this summer. We're ready and we're prepared to do anything that we can to get aquatics up and running.
Let's go back one slide.
Yes, sir.
So on the pool, 3 inches doesn't sound like much on a pool that size. Is it causing you a problem?
Yes. Yes, it is. That pool has a gutter system all the way around that draws water off the top of the surface and directs it to the filter system. Right now, with that 3-inch difference in the level of the pool from the deep end to the shallow end, it causes operational problems. And we also think that the sinking of the deep end of the pool is the main culprit of the issues that we're having with the main drains and the deep end return lines. So the difference in height, though it's only about that much, maybe a little bit more, has had some pretty far-reaching consequences. So in our conversations, I did ask every single pool professional that I could if leveling the pool was an option, and without fail, every single one of them said no. Leveling a pool that size isn't an option because it risks cracking the shell of the pool, which would be a catastrophic failure in the structure of the pool.
Okay, so it seems like $114,000 is going to get us what? We'll still have an unlevel pool with a problem.
Yes.
Can we live with the problem?
At least for a time, yes. There's no guarantees on how long those repairs would last, though, with an unlevel pool. We could anticipate 1, 2, 5, 10 years worth of service with a full replumb all the way around. It just depends on how much the ground shifts after those repairs are completed.
And the alternative is a new pool, which seems like Guernsey or somebody said $1 million for a lap pool, right? Or is it $750? Do you remember, Randy?
I believe it was $1 million for a lap pool, and then they had said you could do a pool like that, I believe, for $4 million. That would resemble the pool that we've got now, I believe was the number.
Yeah, general rule of thumb for a new build would be about $350 per square foot of surface area, just for reference. So,
how many square feet is that pool?
I'm not exactly sure how many square feet our current pool is. I can tell you it's 156,000 gallons of total volume, but I'm not sure exactly what the surface area is.
Okay, the other thing that you didn't discuss that I was expecting was, I'm reasonably sure we directed the staff to go out for bids to have 3 splash pads built and open by Memorial Day, didn't we? And what's going on with that?
Council has adopted the contract for design and construction documents via GH2 for, stay as here, via GH2 for those services to move forward. Go ahead.
Yes, we are currently, again, working with GH2 to do agreements on the splash pads and wading pool. So we are working with GH2 on that.
Okay, well, I mean, it's going to be February 1st before you know it.
Yes.
And we're pushing the time limit to get those open by Memorial Day. Are you going to be able to reach that?
We'll work with GH2, but that will be I cannot promise that, but that will be our goal.
Okay. Okay, that's a problem. Now let's go back to the pools. Council, did you have something, Mr. Gill?
I did. The unlevel of the pool, I'm assuming that the problem here is the skimmers trying to keep the water flow. There's not really a lot of difference in the pool whether it's level or not other than the plumbing. So were there any calculations done possibly on the water flow or the amount of volume, gallons per minute, or however the state evaluates
You know, they'll go with a square area of the size of the pool, how much volume or how many gallons of water, and then you have to have so much going through a skimmer. So is this being calculated at all, or is this just something that we're looking at?
No, the state doesn't regulate the balance between gutters and main drain.
Okay.
They do regulate the turnover rate that a pool has to have, and a public bathing facility has to turn over at least once every 8 hours.
And so the skimmers on the lower side would handle that?
If we overfill the pool to try and get as much of the skimmers covered as possible, we'd be getting water outside of the pool on the deep end.
Well, I'm just asking that on the principle because that would save a lot of money on that total 104 if we didn't have to go in and tear through the walls and repair that area because the pool is unlevel.
Right. The other issue with not covering the gutters all the way around is air gets into the system on the shallow end of the pool. And that air causes suction problems with the filter. It causes filtration, loss of flow in the filtration system, and the turnover rate drops from the minimum standard of 8 hours one turnover to below that minimum standard.
It's also going to work the equipment quite a bit harder that's in place.
Indeed.
Okay. And that 3 inches is just not going to catch it.
I don't think so.
Yeah. It's a pretty close call. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Yeah, Mitch, I'm going to throw you a curveball here. Did you happen to bring the numbers of the last year we were open and how many people used the pool and what our expense was to do that?
I don't have numbers as far as budget goes, but I can tell you that we were open a grand total of 3 hours.
No, a year before that.
I have looked at those numbers, but I don't have them memorized.
It seems to me that there wasn't a tremendous number of people
there
that
wasn't.
went to that pool anyway, and it seems like it cost us like $340 per visit.
It was quite expensive, and we did not come even close to recovering the costs of operation of the pool.
We got back like $4,000, and we spent $150 or something like that.
In my first presentation to council, I did go over those numbers. It's been quite a while, and I've slept since then. I apologize. I don't have those numbers memorized, but I can go and recover them for you.
No, I don't think you need to. I just wanted to make sure that my memory was good and that the cost to benefit ratio was extremely high.
You're exactly right.
And so if we did rebuild this pool, spend this money, that cost ratio is going to be even higher for something that we have no guarantee that when they dig under that pool that there's not a giant sinkhole in there from the water that's been leaking now, correct?
That is correct.
It could be why that pool's sinking?
Yes.
So we go fill that with 150 tons of water, it might just do everything in.
Worst case scenario, possibly, yes.
So then we'd have a luge run down to the creek, which would be a lot of fun, but not what people are expecting.
I wouldn't mind taking a tube down it, but yes, you're correct.
Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I noticed in reviewing the presentation just now, one of the proposals is to contract with Westmoreland Pools for a total of $114,115. That would exceed the $100,000 limit under Oklahoma Competitive Bidding Act, which would require, if we're going to do something that we think is going to go over $100,000, that requires bidding, formal bidding, written submitted bids, and also bonding.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we can't do one that's going to be over $100,000. Under $100,000 would be subject to our purchasing policy, which we'd need to ask Jodan if you get written quotes or whatever, but you have to follow that policy.
I appreciate the differentiation. We would of course follow the policy and go out for a competitive bid on that.
Mr. Hampton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. One of the city services, I think, for the people who don't have any money to go to the pools, especially in those areas of town where socioeconomically people don't have pools in their backyard and they don't have facilities, I am thrilled by the fact that we are moving in a direction to where, especially those citizens in Ward 5 that don't have that ability to stay cool in their hot summers, to have a place to go. I am really, really thrilled about this. Contrary to maybe other opinions, I don't think it has to do with the cost ratio as much as providing a city service that I think is very, very basic to the needs of those people that don't have any money. I do think that there is a possibility of money that can come forward for the pool through some grants that we've already talked to SHPO about. And I think that you guys are already aware of that, may be working on that already. But I think those grants are between $75,000 and $150,000, and that grant is not even a historical grant, so there's more money that's available. I think that moving forward, that grant has to do with the fact that SHPO did state that that pool is connected, to some civil rights events that took place in the city. SHPO specifically told me that that pool is connected to that, and thus I know that there's probably other grant money available besides the $75,000 to $150,000 from this other civil rights grant that's out there, that we certainly can acquire the money to get that pool, the pool back and running. As far as the splash pads, I think that's an excellent idea. There are citizens that speak to me all the time every summer about the young kids and the infants and the families that don't have any money to go and don't want to travel all the way over to the splash pads. I think some of the ladies have talked about infants being over at the splash pad, which I've thought about can be kind of dangerous for them with the other kids running around. Anyways, I think that this is excellent, and I do think that no matter what, I think the money is available, and I like that number of $114,000. I appreciate you guys doing due diligence and taking a look at what's available for us to get these pools up, and I would like to see them open for that. With that said, I think that conjointly, as the stuff that the council is working on with the splash pads, that both of those can work in conjunction with what's going on with the municipal pool. I think the splash pads won't affect that with the areas that those splash pads that we're looking at putting in. One of them will be at Matty Beal, but I think that would work in conjunction. I would say this, that the way that pool and things that have been coming, I'm just about to finish, Mayor, with the way that pool and the things have been going on, I think that if the citizens in those areas knew that pool was open and that the city had a commitment to make sure that those pools are open at the time that they're scheduled, I think that it would get a whole lot more use.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Yes, the Clement Washington splash pad,
Yes,
that's in the Ranch Oak area.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the Monaco? I think I'm saying it right.
I'm sorry.
Monaco?
One more time?
Am I saying? Monaco, it was another one, started with an M.
Oh, Mosine.
Splash pad.
Mosine. You're
Mosine.
talking about Mosine wading pool.
No, I thought it was.
We have two splash pads, one at Elmer Thomas Park and one at Clement Washington, which is George M. Lee Park in Ward 7.
Okay. Mosine, that was a pool.
Yes, it's a
Where's
wading
that
pool.
located at?
It's on. I forget the street name. I take it every time I drive from the Owen Center to the service center.
Oh, so it is in the Lawton View area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Council, I would agree with Mr. Hampton. I would wish that we could open that pool up and by the beginning of the summer. My heart of hearts doesn't believe that that's going to happen. If it does happen, it's just another 120 or 150, or in the reality of the situation, a $200,000 or $250,000 patch that we're going to put on it. I think we'd be a lot better off building a lap pool someplace, whether it's at one of the centers, at least for the time being. until something's decided with SHPO or whatever about that municipal pool. You know, in the last 5 or 6 years, we've spent enough to build a lap pool, and it could be in function, you know, last year, much less this coming year. It's no different than you know, your car. I mean, at some point you just have to decide to buy a new one. You know, you can only fix one so long until the cost benefit is gone. And I know that we need to get those facilities available. That was part of the reason of doing the 3 new splash pads, was so that we would have at least some place for people to go and cool off. I mean, that's not necessarily just children. I mean, anybody can go to a splash pad and cool off. Is it the panacea? No. But it's the best that I think that we can do, rather than throwing good money after bad. There was also some talk about a big void that is somewhere around that pool. Somebody told us that there was a giant void where the water had washed away all the dirt. And so does any of this money that we've talked about address that big void that?
No.
And
No.
so for all we know, there's a giant void underneath the swimming pool that at the middle of next year could cave in, and then we'd be without a pool. I mean, we truly don't know what the situation is. At some point, we're going to be better off putting it aside, whatever we do with it, set it over there, see if we can get some funding. But in the meantime, we need to move forward and build a pool someplace besides the one at Elmer Thomas that is structurally sound and will be for the next 5 or 10 years for the minimum.
Okay, now, at one time there was discussion, are you talking about replacing this pool or some other way discontinuing the use and filling it up and going down to Owens? What are you talking about? And we are going to have a splash pad on this site, correct?
Correct. There's going to be a splash pad there. I think in order to maybe split the baby, what we do is we fence that pool off until such time as we figure out what to do. Fence it off and build a lap pool at one of the centers that will serve as an actual swimming pool until we decide what to do with that one. In a year and a half or 2 years, we're going to have a pool at Elmer Thomas. So, you know, I think if we take it a little bite at a time, that we can make it happen and still have the ability at some point in the future to rehab that pool if we get some money from SHPO or whoever, rather than filling it in right now. Now, if in the future SHPO and them come back and say, no, we're not giving you any money or anything, then we push it all into a hole and turn it into a park or build a big pool there or do something. But
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chapman.
Changing to the wading pools, I really appreciate that we're going to clean these up and get them operation for the families that live in that area. My concern is, what plans do you have looking forward that we're going to maintain these so we're not in this pickle again of having to spend the kind of money that we're having to spend.
Yep.
And the second thing is, I do appreciate the fact that we're looking at local businesses to do this repair work. I think that's very important and part of our True North also. But I'm concerned about, we're doing all this, and
Yep.
it seems like we're having to catch up all the time with things that had not been taken care of in the past. And that is my concern. What assurances can you give the council?
Yeah, one of Mr. Park's most favorite tenants as he's come in and assumed leadership of the department is programmed budget maintenance, program budget guidance, and building in those maintenance costs from the get-go as we build a new facility or improve a facility, making sure that we have identified in our budget maintenance funds set aside for each facility. And that will be the practice moving forward from this point forward.
Mr. Hampton.
If it's the will of the council that we don't do work on that pool now, I just want to make it clear, SHPO has, we're waiting on becoming a designated city, but SHPO, just so the council knows, SHPO has stated that that pool is 2 grants are available for that pool, and the money is available. SHPO talked about some bathhouses and some pools in Ada and some other cities that they've already repaired. So with that pool, the money will be available at some time. If you want to fence it off or whatever the desire of the council is fine. But I think that at some point, the city does have to take responsibility for historical properties and quit tearing that stuff down. And with that said, not that anyone said that on council, but with that said, moving forward, I think it's important that we start looking for ways to make sure that those historical properties are taken care of for the future of the citizens of Lawton.
Mr. Harris.
All excellent points. So I'd like to make a motion, if it please the council and the mayor, that one, we proceed with the repairs and maintenance of all the splash pads and wading pools that currently exist, proceed with the plans to build the new splash pads, temporarily fence the main pool off until we can find out what the SHPO grants might be, and identify a location that in the future would be convenient in the event that we did get the main pool open again, that it would serve a neighborhood but be on the south side of town to serve the residents of Ward 4 and Ward 5 that are there, if that makes sense. And whether that's at Owen Center or someplace else. I remember growing up, there was just a small pool at the local park. It was 3 feet deep in one end, a foot deep on the other, and we had a blast. So we were there every day. So I don't know that it has to be a full-size lap pool if we can build rebuild the main pool, but we're going to have a lap pool at the new facility. I don't know that we have to duplicate that. So that is my motion to build.
So I got lost in the motion and the commentary. Can you please restate the motion?
I can. I'm sorry. So to go ahead and perform the maintenance and reopen the splash pads and the wading pools that exist, proceed forward with the planning for the 3 new splash pads, and proceed forward with planning for a replacement pool to be located somewhere on the south side for the municipal pool.
Can I second that and add something to that?
I will accept friendly amendments.
Okay. So you're seconding it.
And I'd like to add, I want to add something.
All right, what is that?
I would further like you to continue to take a look at what splash pools we're talking about with the sleeving, and because wasn't he going to give a price on that too?
He is attempting to find a company that will give him prices at this time. He's to our knowledge, contacted 3 different companies, and none of them have been able to fit the bill so far, but he is still working on it.
Yeah, if possible, I'd like to see that number also. I think it would be prudent to see that number also and added to that, just for exploration purposes for the main pool.
I'm a little bit confused what you're saying. Add what cost?
Not at a cost. They were exploring sleeving the tubes, another alternative.
To continue exploring that?
Yes.
Okay.
And so we have that number. Yes.
I will accept that amendment, and also, I think you were asking for clarification whether we should rebuild the pumps at the splash pad on the south side, or go to, and I think we're currently at Elmer Thomas Park, we're just using city water and it goes down the drain, right?
Correct.
And so part of my motion would be that we convert to that system.
Explore converting to a flow-through system for Clement, Washington? Yes. Understood.
Okay. Do you accept that as well? Yeah, I accept that. Okay. glad y'all know what we're voting on, because I'm confused.
I have another amendment.
So we're perform the maintenance, that's a maintenance item.
Yes, sir.
Really doesn't need to be in the motion. Reopen the splash pads and wading pools. Proceed with the new.
Splash pads.
Continue working with Splash to get a number. And what was that last part?
Identify a site for a new pool in the event that we cannot rebuild.
Identify a site. Okay. Okay, okay. Does everybody understand the motions? Okay, Ms. Williams.
Did you say new site on the south side?
Yes.
I did. Can we specify Owens Multipurpose Center as an amendment, or can I specify on the south side at the Owens Multipurpose Center?
My suggestion would be let the staff come back with recommendations and you give your opinion to the staff. And when they bring a recommendation, we can talk about more specifics.
Thank you.
Good? Okay, I want, not that we don't have enough on this motion, but I want to ask you to add one more, because it concerns me very much that that sounds like it's going to be a problem to hit our target of having those splash pads open. I feel like we gave plenty of time, and I'd like to ask you to add to your motion, direct the city manager to get directly involved and to assure that the city council's directive to get them open by Memorial Day happens, or bring back the reason why.
So moved.
And do you accept that on the second?
I accept that.
Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor.
I'd hate to be the clerk having to type out that motion.
Yeah. Definitely payback.
Hold a public, item number 25, hold a public hearing and consider a resolution for a request for an amendment to the 2030 land use plan from public facility to commercial. Commercial what? And an ordinance for a change of zoning from the PF Public Facilities District and R3 Multifamily Dwelling District to C5 General Commercial District zoning classification for the property located at 6725 Northwest Atlanta Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma 73505, Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Let's get this pulled up. Here we are. Again. This is located off of 67th Street, West 67th, off of Atlanta, as you can see on this location map, just north of Cash Road. Here's the aerial shot. This is just west of the existing water tower. This property was utilized by public utilities as a lay yard and warehouse, and then AT&T utilized it, and now it's been vacant for 5 years. The proposed use of this property is an automotive repair service. The site plan is attached for the ordinance as a binding site plan due to the zoning, residential zoning to the north. Here is the existing zoning. It is PF, and the very north portion of it is R3. The proposed zoning is C5. The existing land use map shows a portion of it as commercial. Most of it is public facility, with the proposed being commercial. This item went to CPC on September 14th. They asked for additional information. It was brought back on October 12th. They made a motion to recommend approval of these changes. The applicant pulled the item and reapplied with a new deed filed to include the small portion that is R3. The original application was just for the portion that was PF, not to include the R3. Now they've reapplied to include that, and so the whole proposed zoning would be C5 now.
Has all of that been to CPC?
Yes, sir.
And their recommendation is approval?
That went to CPC on November 16th, 2023, and their recommendation was to approve.
Council, do you have questions?
I just had one quick question because I missed it. Did the city of Lawton lease that property for a while? Was that the?
To AT&T.
Okay, so we are the actual owners of the property?
No, not anymore.
Okay, we sold the property.
Correct.
There's where
Yes, sir.
that's
Yes.
where I missed
Yeah, the property owner is Tanwood Third LLC.
Okay, so we're not the owner anymore. Okay.
Any other questions? At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on this item, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council, I need two motions, one to approve the resolution, and the second one will be the ordinance. So let's deal with the resolution first. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the resolution.
A motion for approval, is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Now do I have a motion for the ordinance?
So moved.
Make a
Have a
motion.
motion to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read the title only. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from the PF Public Facilities District to R3 Multiple Family Dwelling to C5 General Commercial District zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in Section 1 hereof, approving the site plan attached as Exhibit A, and authorizing changes to be made to the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. One more. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 26. Per the recommendation of the Streets and Bridges Council Committee, consider approving an amendment to the on-target, on-time priority list and authorize staff to advertise the King Road project for bid. Mr. Gill.
This road is going to be incorporated with the 10 Wins for the Citizens of Lawton. We wanted to get King Road ready and be able to bid it just as soon as possible to have it ready when the new airport remodeling project was completed. We're not going to be able to go out for bids because of a construction conflict at this time, which could change the bids at a later date. So what I'm asking the council today is if they would go ahead and approve King Road. That would be from 11th Street all the way to the terminal building, around the loop at the terminal building, and back out the other road to King Road. That loop, I'd like to approve that and put it on the list, which would make it road number 42.
Okay, and that's, you're not,
And I'll make that a motion at this time, and then we can.
okay, you're just adding it to the list.
Just adding it to the list. We will not
Okay.
go out for bids at this time.
Motion to add King Road to the list. Is there a second?
I would like to second that with a friendly amendment of the possibility of moving it up the list if that agreement with the.
We do. We have that listed as a priority.
Okay, great.
Mayor, can I clarify?
Did you second it? We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
Can I clarify something really quick?
Yes.
King Road is on the list. What this agenda item is doing is moving King Road up the list to be a priority.
No, that's not correct. King Road is not on the list yet.
Yeah, it was approved at the, not the last Streets and Bridges, but the one prior to that. So you have 41 roads on the list right now, including King Road.
We have 41 on the list right now.
Yeah, 41 right now, including King Road.
Sounds like you need to do some checking. Here's the point. You're telling me we've already approved King Road being on the list?
Yes, I think you would be safe to make a motion, and I'll defer to Tim, but
Okay,
I
well,
think...
let's make a motion to add it to the list anyway, just in case we didn't.
And I'll clarify that. It was just a piece of King Road before that we talked about doing. This will be the complete King Road from 11th Street to the terminal, around the terminal, and back out to 11th Street. Prior to this, we just had a piece of King Road.
And all we're doing is adding it to the list.
Right.
We have a motion and a second.
Amendment of moving it forward.
Yes, and make it a priority. We'll put that at the end. We'll make it a priority.
When it's ready. Okay, discussion or debate? Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, it says, consider approving the amendment to the on-time, on-target priority list. So,
It's already on there.
well, I understand, but I'm just saying that I think Tim will want to clarify.
Okay, so thank you, Councilman. So if it's already on the list, by saying put it on the list, it's really not doing anything if it's already on the list. And the title was to, per recommendation of the committee, consider approving amendment to the priority list to advertise and authorize staff to advertise for bid. Sounds like we're not authorizing staff to advertise for bid, and it's already on the list. So I don't really see an issue. It's on the list.
The amendment that's shown on the attachment is that King Road is moved up on the list to a higher priority.
Well, if council's not wanting to do that at this time, there would be no action on this matter.
It does say approved by committee, which means it hadn't been approved by the council. So let's go ahead and vote on this.
Put it on the list like that.
Two more votes. One more vote. Okay, the motion carries 8-0. Okay, number 27. Randy, I'm going to read this and let you take over for a minute, okay? Consider approving an ordinance that amends Section 12.1.104, Article 12.1, Chapter 12, Food and Food Establishments, Lawton City Code 2015, by stating that food employees can attend a class provided by the Health Department or an American National Standards Institute, ANSI, certified online class in order to obtain their food handler's permit with the city by removing the references to the Health Department, taking the applications for food handler permits, and stating that the application shall be handled through the building division, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
Good afternoon. So our current city code talks about the food handler's permits are required for employees that work at food establishments. Our current contracts that we've had for the last several years have been the health department handles the classes and processes the money, and then the city gets 50% of that fee back. After speaking with the health department a couple months ago, we decided they don't want to have anything to do with the money anymore. So they are requesting that we make a change to code. They will still hold a free class at the health department, and then the citizens will just come in and apply online, and we'll just issue a food handler's card off of that. And this also gives them the ability to, if they want to go online and take a class, they can. If they can't wait till it gets to time for a food handler's class at the health department, they can go online. SurfSave is the typical one that we see, and they just submit that documentation to us online, and we'll be able to issue their permit. So this gets all the money back in our hands at $17.25 a pop instead of just half of that. So that's what this ordinance will change.
We were doing the work anyway.
Yeah.
Are there any questions, comments from council? I would entertain a motion to approve the ordinance, read the title only. Have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please. Read.
An ordinance amending section 12.1.104, Article 12.1, Chapter 12, Food and Food Establishments, Lawton City Code 2015, by stating that food employees can attend a class provided by the Health Department or an American National Standards Institute, ANSI, certified online class in order to obtain their food handler's permit from the city by removing the references to the Health Department taking the applications for food handlers permits and stating that the application shall be handled through the building division, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item number 28. Which has been struck. Moving on to staff reports. Receive a report from Public Works regarding the bulky waste collection program. All right, we got a great report coming up here.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update to the bulky waste program. To improve the bulky waste program last year, Solid Waste worked closely with Caitlin and with our media partners to educate the public. There was a flyer that was created to help individuals understand what they can and cannot set out at the curb. And then we also printed a map and a schedule detailing the exact dates that they will have the collection in their areas. There were 479 non-compliant set-outs in 2023. The non-compliance could be the wrong types of items set out. It could be set out in the wrong location, such as under power lines, under trees, too close to a mailbox, or perhaps it's being blocked by a vehicle. A non-compliance could also be from set out at the wrong time. They may be in Area 1, which is supposed to be the first week, and they may have set it out the fourth week of the month. 27 of the non-compliances were vacant or inactive accounts. These were given to Neighborhood Services for enforcement, and they used contractors to remove that waste. There were 144 premium paid bulk pickups. This is for waste that was collected out of cycle, or it was in excess of the 4 cubic yards. Staff worked very diligently to collect all of the compliant bulky waste that was designated in the time frame. Once bulk collection resumed after the June tornado, staff was consistently meeting their deadline, except for the week of September 8th, which was the Labor Day weekend that had a condensed holiday schedule. In 2023, staff collected and hauled 8,768,000 pounds of waste, bulky debris, to the landfill. This is over 600,000 more than what they did in '22. So to improve upon the progress that staff did in 2023, this year we want to do more in '24 and continue the success by continuing the customer education. Deficiency tags are being set out at all non-compliant and out-of-cycle set-outs. These do have the new QR code with it. We have created a new set-out guide, and this has been published on the website and on social media, and we're going to continue to do a media saturation throughout the year. With the education, we hope to see a 50% decrease in non-compliant bulk waste set-outs. Staff has also set a lofty goal of completing all areas within the scheduled time frame. The bulky waste program is going to be on time and on target also. I'm trying. One of the changes that we have made to be able to reach this goal is we have taken council's recommendation and moved the collection start date from Wednesdays to Mondays. Staff hopes to be able to complete the areas by Wednesday, But if this is not possible, we will have the remaining part of the week to be able to get the trash off the curbs. Last week was the first week of the new schedule, and there was some confusion. Even though the change was publicized, we received numerous calls. Staff completed Area 1 by Wednesday last week, and because they were ahead of schedule, they went back through to be able to remove anything that was set out late. Additional reminders were set out because of the confusion. We publicized it with the media, with social media, and also on the websites. And so far this week, we have not had any complaints from Area 2. And staff should be complete with Area 2 today. This new schedule also will allow the bulk crews that whenever they finish the area, that they will continue removing illegally dumped debris along the roadways leading to the landfill. The most common areas that there is illegal dumping is Railroad, on Sheridan south of 38th Street, and on Sheridan south of Bishop and 38th Street south of Bishop. So another thing that we have done in order to reach our goal of collecting all waste within a 1-week time frame is adding additional equipment and employees. We have purchased a new grapple truck, and one of the old trucks was refurbished, so we now have 5 grapple trucks dedicated to the bulky waste services. We also ordered 4 non-CDL mini trash trucks. They were ordered on May 4th, and they were supposed to be delivered starting in October, and the 4th one was supposed to be here by the end of January. And it has run into a little bit of a delay, and it is supposed to be here in March now. All 4 of them should be here by March. But with the spirit of no excuses, only excellence, we are continuing to find a way to be able to get the bulk picked up within time. Solid Waste has also applied for an equipment grant in the amount of $30,000, and this will be for the purchase of a trailer-mounted vacuum truck. And then this will be able to help us more efficiently collect the blowing debris. Additional staff is being hired to operate the vehicles, track the collections, and oversee the program. We will continue to work closely with our media partners to educate the public, and then also with neighborhood services for enforcement. It is our goal to improve the program and provide a quality bulk service for Lawton residents. We are going to do more in '24. That's it. Thank you.
Are you ready for comments?
Yes, sir.
So I like all your little sound bites. They're catchy. Find a way. I like the find a way. You find a way to make it work, and that goes right along with no excuses, and I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate you taking the on target on time. I'm excited about this trailer mount litter vacuum. Is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
When do you expect to have that?
Well, we have applied for the grant. The grant application period closes at the end of February. We should know if we receive the grant or not by May. And then the funds will be available through DEQ starting July 1 or as soon as they issue a purchase order from that grant.
Okay, so it'll be
Next
for next
budget.
winter. Because the worst times we see litter are starting right now through when the grass starts growing in April. But it sounds like we won't have it this year. Now, 479 non-compliant. Did you issue warnings or write citations or what?
So that's kind of a combination of 2 things. One of them is going to be the door tags that we put out there, that the first time through, if something is not set out in the right spot or it is the wrong material, we will just place a door hanger saying that you need to remove this waste. And they have the option. If they do not remove it, then we turn it over to neighborhood services. And then that is also, that number represents people driving through the area and turning in non-compliance, whether it's an out of cycle or maybe the wrong type of waste, turning that number into neighborhood services also.
Okay. And you said you're getting it done in the time frame. I just want to clarify, the time frame is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
That is our goal, is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If it cannot be done Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we will continue in that area on Thursday and Friday, and if needed, we will expand it into Saturday. But we will get done with an area within 1 week.
Okay, so this is important to where I'm going. You picked up how much more bulky waste in 23 than 22?
600,000 pounds.
600,000 pounds more, and you got it done in a shorter time frame, because we were starting on Wednesday, and there were times, especially when we started, that we were still picking it up on Monday. So you have really made a lot of improvements in this Clean City Clean Culture initiative, and I commend you and your department for all that you have done.
Thank you.
Council, do you have, Ms. Chapman?
Yes. Is there a way, I know that you've published this through the website and social media. Is there a way to attach a copy of the yearly schedule, whether it's the utility online bills or those that are mailed, for people who don't have social media or something like that? Is there, 2 years ago, I think they did that, and that's where I started keeping mine on my refrigerator door to remind me. But I do know that there are some people who don't pay attention or don't care or whatever, but something to put in their hands in their houses.
I'm not sure if we're able to do an attachment to the utility bill mailouts, but I will check on that. And if we're not able to, we will be able to put a link to the website on the utility bills.
I guess I'm still thinking about some of my neighborhood watch people who don't even have a computer, you know. That worries me, because there are people out there like that, you know, who don't have that availability, so.
Mr. Warren.
I just had a couple things. One was, we might be able to piggyback notification through a mailing of some kind with drainage maintenance, or to knock down the drain people. What do we? Yeah. They might be able to share that and be able to save on some costs. But my question was, how much does a trailer-mounted litter vac cost? Is that the whole cost? Is the
one that we are looking at, it is $30,000, and the DEQ grant is a 75-25 matching grant.
Well,
are they 75 or 25?
It's a 75% DEQ, 25% city funds.
Well, I would be in favor if we could find the money to go ahead and buy one of those as soon as we could buy one.
So I'm 99% sure that will qualify for the beautification bulk waste money in the CIP. Maybe we can get a determination on that and bring it back, because I'd love to have one of those now.
They would love to.
Then we could.
Or more.
Yeah, or more. And my other mention was just that I have a secondary use for that, but we'll discuss that later.
Okay, and this is not an action item, but I'm sure we'll see this on the agenda next week, assuming we get cleared that it qualifies for that money. Now, Mr. Harris.
Cynthia, great report. I just have a couple of questions about the what happens when someone calls in, and the time frame when someone calls in a violation. I got some neighbors that just don't listen, and I would concur with Randy. We ought to just have a bulk mailing, send it to everybody. So I call them in, and a couple weeks ago I called them in, and they put out their stuff a whole, like a week and a half ahead of time. I called in the neighborhood services. Nothing ever got done. By the time, and then the bulk people came by and picked it up, and there was never a violation notice that I know of, or, you know, that just stayed out for 10 days. So there's a disconnect, I believe, in neighborhood services responding to our complaints. And that's, I mean, I don't know why it is, but some of my people, they just think it's year round. So we got to find a way to close that disconnect so that if someone files a complaint, action's taken very quickly, so that there is some punishment for doing this. Otherwise, they just keep doing it.
As for the mailers, Council and Mr. Mayor, the Utility Services Department would have no problem at all working with solid waste to get out a mailer in some fashion to be able to help, you know, all of the citizens, whether they have electronics or not. That way everybody can be informed and we can move forward with that. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have of those 479 people that was non-compliance, do you know how much money the city received from them? Collected?
I do not know. I am not sure how many the neighborhood services used a contractor to go and collect. That data was not available at the time that we requested it.
Can you get it at a later date,
Yes, sir.
please? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Mr. Mayor.
It's all right. It's not a big deal.
Okay, Ms. Hankins.
I just asked my neighbor. She keeps me up to date. I have no idea when the bulk trash is going out. And so I just asked my neighbor. She always knows.
I was just going to say that I have a vague memory that when we did fees, the fee schedule and stuff, that the fee for out of cycle pickup or whatever was pretty much cost on what it costs for us to send a truck out there specially just to pick that up. So I mean, it's not like we're making any money on the deal. Might make a little bit, but not much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've really made a lot of progress in this area. It brings up item number 30. Presentation over new online deposit account startup service. Hello, I can't read your name tag from here, and I don't know your name.
It's Lauren. My name is Lauren. I'm the office supervisor with Utility Services.
All right.
Council, Mr. Mayor, I am extremely excited to do this update with you guys. In our efforts to strive towards becoming more efficient and continuing to provide world-class customer service, we've officially rolled out our electronic new account request program. This is what the screen looks like whenever they first begin. When our customers first begin the process of requesting their account with the Utility Services Department, they'll start here by creating their online account. This account can be linked to the water account where they will have access to see their bills and set up the option for receiving electronic bills. This is what that screen looks like when they first start. It's our Tyler self-service. From here, they will go into the utility billing over on the left side. They'll go to service requests, and then they will submit a new request by starting. Our customers will then fill in the application that we provide on that information sheet. They'll complete that by saving it, filling it in, and then immediately uploading it back as a one-stop shop. At that point, they're also able to make and submit their deposit payments by updating either their banking information, debit, or credit card information. Again, on that same sheet, one-stop shop. From there, they will verify all the information that they have submitted, all the documentations to make sure that we have everything we need, and then they do the little verification code and they submit it to us. Now from there, the Utility Services Department will review and go through all the documentation and set up the account. I can usually get those handled between 1 to 3 business days. And so far, we have had 7 new account requests and have taken a total of 15 successful deposits, both in person and online. Thank you.
Okay, so that was real good. And you said Lauren, right?
Yes.
Okay, Lauren, that was a very good presentation. And I'm very proud that our city is moving forward to get this done. It sounds like you've eliminated a lot of things to get a new account and got it down to just what you really need. Am I right?
That's our goal, yes, sir. So being able to streamline the process for, the people moving in out of state, PCSing, travel nurses, or people who do have a little bit of extra time to get that water account set up. Now, they can still come in office. They can do the same services in office and have water on the same day. So we do have both options available, but we are doing our best to streamline that process and move forward into the new age.
Okay, and do they have to have their lease, and do we have to do a
Yes.
background check on every
No,
person?
so we do need the lease or closing documentation. We do need their ID as well.
And so how do they what do they do, send you a picture of the lease, or what?
I gotcha. So whenever they come to this screen after they set that up, it'll come to the information screen where you can download this specific document. On there, we have a JPEG option where you're actually able to download and upload the documentation to there. So a picture of your ID, the picture of the lease or closing document, most of those are already electronic as it is, and then they can download, fill this in, and then just re-upload it back to that site.
Okay, well, it sounds like we've really eliminated some of the red tape also.
That's what I've been trying to do. We're moving forward as best we can.
All right, well, thank you.
Yes,
That's
sir.
great. Mr.
Question.
Gill.
Yes, sir.
This is for all new business coming in now. The ones that are already established and doing electronically, it'll just stay the same.
Typically, yes. A lot of our already established customers already have deposits in place or they have good payment history. Now, in the event that they do have to put up a deposit, then if it's the full deposit, we are able to do it electronically. That dollar amount is preset on the online portal. So for the remaining balance, unfortunately, I cannot take that electronically just yet. They could pay that cash, check, or money order. If it's below a $70 maximum, we can also bill it onto the forwarding bill.
Okay, I think you answered my question. Those that are established just stay there and
Usually, yes,
go
sir.
with the deal. Okay.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, and I guess, thank you, Mayor. I'm assuming some of the lower income people in my area, they get their water shut off sometimes because of non-payment. How easy, is this system going to help them to kind of get back online and make the payment, their extra payment and
So
all that?
in the event that an account has been disconnected, they are still able to make the payments online through our regular payment site. This one is specifically for deposits with the coding. Now, in the event that they need to call us to make that payment, we can still take the full deposit payment if that's what's required to reestablish service. But a lot of times when we come to the disconnections, most of them do not require a full deposit, just simply a deposit update to reach that 150 across the board. And for those, a lot of times we're able to go ahead and bill them onto the next bill, so they don't have to pay that right out.
So some of the families have children, and I guess the direct question is how soon can they get their water turned back on? Can they use this system to get it back on quickly?
They cannot do the new service request as they've already had service within a certain time frame. However, if they pay that bill before 4 p.m., I can guarantee them on same day.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Wow, okay. Are we done? We're done. Great report, great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brings up item 31. Provide City Council with an update on the FY 2022 and FY 2023 audit process. Joe Don.
Good afternoon. I have two audits I'm going to brief you on today. One of them is the June 30, 2022 audit, which we are seriously delinquent on. And the other is the June 30, 23 audit, where we are now we've passed the deadline for submitting it, but we're not as delinquent as the 2022. The 2022 audit information from my staff, so all the paperwork that we've had to do, all the reconciliations we've had to do in-house, and correcting entries and things like that have been done and were done back in December, and that has been submitted to our financial consultants so that they can do their compiling and make some accrual entries that need to be made to transform the way we account for our money into more accepted GAAP principles, which is what is presented in the audit. We had anticipated that being completed or getting close to completion by now. I met with my financial consultants yesterday, and they informed me that because we did a full system conversion during 2022, they are having troubles getting all the data loaded into their reporting software, and so there's been a delay on that. They were not able to give me a time during our call yesterday. I do have a call with them Thursday to try to help establish that time and see where we're at on that particular audit. But unfortunately, bottom line, it's not going to be ready by June 23 like we had anticipated. That is the update for 2020.
Did they give you any idea of a new date?
No, they told me they would have that for me on my meeting on the 11th.
Okay.
You didn't finish what you were saying, which audit wasn't going to be completed. 20, you just said 20 and then 22?
Oh, it's the June 30, 2022 audit will not be completed by the 23rd of this month like we had anticipated.
So what is your new anticipated?
Well, the date that I will not. And waiting until the 23rd to get that report out.
Mr. Mayor.
Now, as far as the...
Hold on, I think we have a question on that audit.
So, just to clarify for me, the changes we made to our system are now not acceptable to who we go to for the external audit?
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's not acceptable. They are having to make changes in their system to accommodate the changes that we made.
So the system we were using before worked fine, and we made this change?
I did not work with the system that was previous to Munis, so I can't talk real much about how it worked. It's my understanding that it was not fully implemented, and it was not working up to par to get us into the
So the next
current.
natural question is, are we going to have the same problem for the next year's audit? Or are they
No,
going to?
I do not anticipate that. The answer to that question is, I'm sorry.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah.
With the changes they make, will they receive your new information for the next year without a further delay?
The answer to that question is yes.
Thank you.
The changes they are making now will carry over into the 2023 audit. What some of the things that I believe we changed were some fund numbers and some account numbers that's throwing things off, and they're having to kind of reclassify a lot of different accounts.
That was kind of, because I remember last year when we were going through the budget, you had changed some things up, so we didn't have a chance to be able to do year-to-year comparisons. So I'm hoping that for the next budget year, we'll be able to go to compare to 22, and the numbers will all be the same without having to go somewhere else to find the comparisons.
When we do those comparisons, I can do at this time.
Mayor. Joe Don, I appreciate your effort on this. The question I have is, were there not some auditors that come and stood before council and told us up to that point everything was good? If they could read that then, why can they not read what's left?
Okay. The difference we're talking about is the audit versus the financial consultant. They're two different firms. The financial consultant takes our reports and our information and puts them into a format that those auditors can read. And those auditors can then prepare their report that they present to you. And they can go, they were in and they were doing our field work. With our field work, they do not, when they come in and do our field work, they don't have to go look at the trial balances and the balance sheets and the income statements and such things. They're just basically doing field work to make sure our internal controls are working. We are not experiencing any material fraud. And things like that. They're looking at more of our processes and the way we account for things versus the way it needs to be compiled into a report that can be presented to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. For the 2023, this is where the staff is now doing all of our field work to get that information prepared and submitted to the financial consultant. I've given my staff the directive of having that done by February 29th. And at that point, we can submit it over to our financial consultants, and they and the auditors will have ample time. They will have March, April, May, and June to get the audit prepared and submitted and presented to council. I think that's ample time for them to get it done. Our target date would be June 30th, 2024 for that audit.
I thought at the last council meeting, we moved that target date to March 31 or something, and I thought that we gave the city manager, or he agreed, to get in touch with Frank Crawford and find out if some help couldn't be brought in here to expedite. And I even was copied on an outgoing email where Crawford was reached out to in that regard, but I wasn't copied on other emails. And what's going on with getting Frank in here to help us?
Okay. We have contacted Frank Crawford, and their response back to us was that our audit and our financials are so complicated, they cannot assign any of their junior staff to help us. It's got to be some of their senior staff to help the city of Lawton, and those staff members are assigned to other cities right now. What I can tell you is that I have 11 of my staff working on different parts of this audit. We've got one outside consultant working on this audit, and we have the senior financial consultant that works on our audit helping us when she, to answer questions as long as it's not interfering with our 2022 preparation.
Okay, I'm very happy with getting it done by February 29th. Obviously, I'd like for it to have been completed on time.
Obviously.
But the February 29th is not the problem, but you're leaving March, April, May, and June. It's going to take 4 months to get it.
My opinion, it should not take them that long. But I want to I want to tell you that amount of time and hopefully deliver it early, because I do not control and I cannot control the financial consultant nor the auditor's schedule. The auditor still has to come out and do the field work for the 2023 audit, the same as what they did for the 2022 a few months ago. Crawford and Associates will need to come out and do some work for the 2023 audit, and they will schedule some time in-house to do that.
Okay.
So there's some scheduling things that we'll have to work around.
Okay, I'd like for you to notify me as soon as you get contacted on the 11th and have a target date, okay?
I will.
Council, do you have any questions or comments? Right, thank you, Joe Don.
Okay, I will say that the full written report that I've got here in front of me has been attached to the agenda item for your pleasure and for your reading. There's certainly more in here than what we've just talked about.
All right, thank you very much. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? I have a motion, is there a second? Second. We do have a second, took a while. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Warren.
I'm doing fine, how are you?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, what time are we back? We'll be back tomorrow, 8:30. Ready to go out tomorrow, huh? Getting on the bridge. Man, I'm trying to do help while I'm here. So I'll fall out and wait. When I leave, though, I'll wake up the window. Well, the list is going to help. When you die, I'm going to tell
council members, we are back from executive session. Can I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Have a motion to return. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Harris. Yes. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Here.
Uyghur.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Warren. Hankins.
Item 32, Tim. Pass
Yeah.
this down.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending tort claim of Isaac Dwayne Schaefer Parker, a.k.a. Isaac Dwayne Schaefer Parker, by and through his next of kin, Felicia Parker and Larisha Parker. That conversation did occur and no action is necessary.
Item number 33, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending tort claims from the YMCA filed on May 25, 2023 and October 13, 2023 respectively. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Item 34, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending litigation of Rashawn Wilson, specifically the pending litigation in Rashawn Wilson versus City of Lawton, John Ratliff in his official capacity, Timothy Wilson in his official capacity, Richard Franz in his personal and official capacity, Nicholas Flores in his personal and official capacity, Patrick Bellamy in his personal and official capacity, and Brandon Becker in his personal official capacity, case number CIV 23-1165R. That conversation occurred, and it's my understanding we have a motion.
Mayor and council, I move to approve retaining the law firm of McAfee and Taft to represent the city, and to the extent individuals are sued in their official capacity, represent those individuals in their official capacity with said representation to be per the terms of the city's current fiscal year 2023 to 2024 professional services agreement with McAfee and Taft. Number two, further move to approve a consulting agreement with the law firm Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to provide consultation with the city attorney and the city's attorney of record in the case from McAfee and Taft, with said consultation to include but not necessarily be limited to the 42 U.S.C. Section 1983 allegations raised in the complaint. The rate for said consultation to be $175 per hour for CZW partner attorneys, $150 per hour for CZW associate attorneys, and $60 per hour for CZW paralegals. And further move to authorize the representation by McAfee and Taft and consultation by Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to be retroactive to December 21st, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Chapman. Yes. Gill. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams. Yes. Warren. Yes. Hankins.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Motion carries. Is there a motion to adjourn the vote? Second. And a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Williams. Warren. Yes. Hankins.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Chapman.